Good evening, everybody. I'm going to call the special governing board meeting with executive session to order on Wednesday, February 18th 2026 at 5:38 p.m. We're going to move on to 2 opening exercises, 2.1 moment of silence, 2.2 pledge of allegiance and preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Clerk Proudfit, would you like to lead us?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. They're endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
All right, moving on to 3, convene executive session. 3.1, convene executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, A1, A3, A4, and A7 for the following purposes. 1, discussion or consideration of the superintendent's appointment. 2, receiving legal advice from the attorney for the district concerning the superintendent's employment and contract. 3, discussion or consultation with the attorneys of the public body in order to consider the governing board's position and instruct its attorneys regarding the district's position concerning the superintendent's employment and contract. And 4, discussion or consultation with designated representatives of the public body in order to consider its position and instruct its representatives regarding negotiations for the purchase, sale, or lease of real property. So with that, I just need a motion to convene. I will second. So Azure, we have a motion to convene made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself. If you want to run us through a voice vote, please.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Crawford?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. We will now convene executive session and return after. Thank you. We are coming back from our executive session, so we're moving on to adjourn executive session, 4.1 adjourn executive session. So I just need a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn executive session.
I will second. So Asher, we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Ricks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 5 action items. 5.1, discussion and possible action regarding modifications to the superintendent's employment contract. We do have Board Attorney Susan Siegel here, and I will direct to Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks and governing board members. Good evening, everyone. So with the governing board's permission, I am prepared to read the following statement. This evening, pursuant to the terms of my employment agreement, I am providing formal notice of my intent to work with the governing board to develop mutually agreed upon modifications to my contract, including establishing an appropriate transition timeline as I conclude my service as superintendent of Peoria Unified with an anticipated last date of employment by close of business on June 1st, 2026. Serving the Peoria Unified School District has been one of the most meaningful chapters of my professional life. I am grateful for the opportunity to lead this district and for the work accomplished together on behalf of students, staff, and families. After thoughtful reflection, I have accepted the opportunity to serve as the selected candidate for superintendent of Eagle County School District in Colorado with an anticipated start date of July 1st, 2026. While my family and I are excited about this next chapter, my focus here remains on ensuring stability and professionalism throughout this transition period. Pending governing board consideration here this evening, the governing board and its legal counsel will work to develop proposed contract modifications for formal consideration at a properly noticed public meeting. Until such time as any modifications are approved, my current employment agreement remains in full force and effect, and I will continue to serve as superintendent with focus, professionalism, and steady leadership. My priorities in this process are stability for students and staff, professionalism, and a well-managed transition. I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to serve Peoria Unified. And with that, President Ricks, I can turn it back to you.
Thank you. Real quick, we do have one public comment. So before I invite Mrs. Siegel up, I will go to public comment. You will have 3 minutes. Devin Mosler.
Good evening. I wanted to just take a moment to express my great gratitude to Dr. Summers. Over the last year, I've had the unique opportunity to collaborate with Dr. Summers through my role as PEA president. When Dr. Summers first joined our Peoria family, he brought excitement for a new beginning, creative initiatives, and a desire to honor the challenging work that comes with this career in education. He spearheaded new ways to ensure our staff from every department had a safe space to share concerns, ideas, and solutions. And Dr. Summers modeled what great leadership truly should be. Dr. Summers, as you embark on your new journey in Eagle County School District, it is my sincere hope that you are trusted to lead as the exemplary professional that you are. You are valued for your kindness and your compassion, and that you find validation for the great work your district, that you will bring to your new district. I also hope that our district learns from this great loss to ensure if and when, God willing, someone actually applies for this role, that they are actually trusted to lead our district with excellence without unnecessary tethers and constraints.
That concludes our public comment on this item. Mrs. Siegel, would you like to join us?
I would be happy to. I believe it's appropriate at this point for the board to consider and possibly take action regarding the instructions given to me, your attorney, in executive session.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments?
I just wanted to make a comment.
I just wanted our community to know, our staff to know that we as a board are committed to moving through this transition, and it is very top of mind for us to be thinking about what this means for the future, and also searching for a new superintendent. So thank you, Dr. Summers, for your service. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with you, and we look forward to the next chapter for you and also for Peoria. Mrs. Bowles, do you have a comment? I saw you pushing the button.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you, President Ricks. With all the things that the board is facing and our district is facing, I also want to say that even though we have a lot on our plate, all of us, it is the board's priority, but I will speak only for myself on the board, to find a superintendent. So that is priority. So I want you to hear me say that. And thank you, Dr. Summers, for your short time with us, at least mine, for less than a year, I guess a year. And I wish you the very best wherever you go and whatever that endeavor you have in Colorado. So thank you.
Mrs. Ewing? Do you
Yes,
have-
I'm
okay.
sorry. I
That's
thought
okay.
only, anyway, sorry about that. So if it's all right, I'd like to have
Yes,
something to say.
of course.
Okay, first off, I want to say thank you to your leadership, Dr. Summers. You've definitely helped us to look at new ways of doing things across our district and so forth. So I really appreciate that. I feel like there's a lot of things that you've given us new directions on. I appreciate your leadership and your dedication to making sure that you're having great relationships with all of the staff that you encounter and then keeping everything focused on students. So I appreciate that. And I wish you the best of luck on your next endeavor, and absolutely in full commitment to this board and to our district to finding another leader to take us forward as we go through difficult decisions. So thank you.
Mr. Tobey, do you have a comment? I'll just come to you next.
Okay, I thought we were going to save comments for next time, but again, Dr. Summers, I think that people are much like flint, right, where we can sharpen each other, and I hope that we've been able to sharpen you as much as you've sharpened us, and that you have nothing but success moving forward, and appreciate the time and the sports analogies, so thank you.
Yes, I will wish not only you well into your future in Colorado, but also to your family, because I know that that's a big thing for a family to have to move. So I wish them well, and I hope that you guys have a good rest of your lives in Colorado. Okay. Thank you. So with that, I will motion to move to provide direction to the board's legal counsel regarding potential modifications to the superintendent's employment contract.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made Azure by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
President Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Tobey,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Mrs. Siegel, for being here too. Moving on to 5.2, consideration of approval of budget reduction proposal for fiscal year 2027, presented by Mrs. Rodriguez. Welcome.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and community who is joining us this evening. So where I would like to start is with the presentation, please. And see if this is working. Yes, no. Where we left off last time when we were together. So I've prepared some information for you this evening. You all have in front of you a revised, it should say revised in the upper right-hand corner for as of the 17th, which was yesterday. So could have put on today's date, but it's been updated based on some guidance and information that the board gave us last time. So if we can just walk through the new proposal, and then we would like to give you some clarifying answers to some of the things that were outstanding, if that would be admirable to you.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
So just want to remind everybody why we're here. Talking about doing $21 million in reduction, override funding, enrollment decline, underutilized facilities, and remind everybody what the override supports. These are the things that we have asked the voters to support for us, and these are the things that now the $21 million, $11 million of that was from the decline in, or the override not passing. So one of the major things that's changed, so I categorize this as Proposal 5. So all of you who joined us to the late hours last week on Thursday night, know that we had some different options and different proposals that we offered the board. So we had 4. I'm calling this number 5. So, and there's been some changes to that. So you all also, we will be sharing, this is kind of the culmination of all 5 proposals together. So that's at the very end of the packet that was handed to you. So if you want to use that as a reference as we're going through, and you can compare. So one major change, and thank you, President Rooks, for the question. So let's take a look at what we're recommending for department cuts. And I should say reductions. And let's really take a look at what we have as far as vacancies in place. Have we explored all of the potential efficiencies that we could put into place, some of the reductions? Now, I will tell you, in the proposal, and we'll get to this later on, what that means as far as actual vacancies and actual employees that currently work for the organization. So we will discuss that later. The other items are a lot of the same thing that we've looked at before, performance pay. One of the nuances with Proposal 5 is 3 days of furlough. So that was added that some of the other ones didn't have. The teaching to align with enrollment, we've talked about before. The elementary specials, optimization for art, PE, music, and TLC. Kindergarten was also added to this one, and that's a funding alignment. And then we've seen the classroom site fund, SROs, the shifting of the funding sources. The classified school staff support model, overtime. Athletic fees were put back into this one. They were not in the Proposal 4, but we put athletics fees back in here, field trips, eliminating the budgets at the schools and allocations, and then operational efficiencies. With all of that, and with the increase that we now have with 20 FTEs at the department level, we have taken the override carry forward down to $347,000. So that is the lowest of all 5 proposals, depending, carrying the override. So here's some of the areas of clarification that I would like to share with the board this evening in the community. So one of the areas was the concept of school leadership shifting from an assistant principal to dean of instruction. So we want to give you further clarification on what that model looks like. There were some still lingering questions that we hope to answer for the board tonight. Centralized enrollment as a concierge service model. We felt that it would be helpful to share what that concept looks like, to share with our schools and our communities, and how we feel that that's a service model that would serve our community. I want to talk just what the effects are of furlough days of our employees so that we can put some dollars and cents to that. The M&O budget carryover and really what that means to the organization. Want to give a little bit more detail on that department position reductions. And then the question was asked, what does it cost to adopt a new ELA curriculum. We see all the wonderful materials that are out in our lobby. What does that cost the organization? So I would like to start with the transitioning school leadership with the Dean of Instruction. And if I may, President Rooks, ask my partners on the cabinet with me, Ms. Vicentiner and Dr. Hernandez, to elaborate on that a little bit.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. So I'll start with this afternoon. Do you want to stay up there?
Does this work from here so you can drive it, or do you want to tell you to drive?
You drive. You're the designated driver. So this afternoon, Mrs. Vicentiner, Mrs. Erin Rodriguez, and I met with two representatives from the Peoria Principals Association to collaboratively consider responses to the governing board's feedback on the elimination of 10 M&O funded assistant principal positions, along with the creation of 15 classroom site funded dean of instruction positions. Our conversation was dynamic and down to brass tacks. At the conclusion of our time together, we found common ground on the proposed path forward to ensure continuity of campus and student support. This doesn't mean it's perfect yet. The information we'll share this evening is reflective of the board's feedback and our discussions with the PPA team this afternoon. Specifically, progress toward a path forward is represented with a fair compensation model that demonstrates a lateral comparison between assistant principal and dean from the compensation perspective. We've noted how the assistant principal credentialing is respected in the development of the proposal, along with being explicit about providing clarity to the extent possible at this stage that demonstrates shared responsibilities between roles in supporting the school principal. And Mrs. Vicentiner, do you want me to keep going so your voice is good? Okay. Transitioning from an assistant principal role to a dean of instruction represents a strategic shift towards strengthening instructional leadership and refining organizational structures within a school. The rationale for this transition is anchored in increasing demands on instructional quality, the need for more specialized leadership roles, and the recognition that assistant principals are often stretched across multiple competing priorities and responsibilities. Many of our assistant principals balance discipline, operations, teacher evaluations, compliance tasks, and family communication, which can limit the time and focus required for deep instructional coaching of teachers. A dean of instruction structure alleviates some of this pressure by having a dedicated leader to concentrate fully on teaching and learning systems on a school's campus. This reallocation of responsibilities ensures that instructional coaching, curriculum alignment, professional development planning, and data-driven teaching cycles receive focused attention. Schools that adopt this model often experience measurable gains in instructional consistency, teacher development, and student outcomes. The transition also supports talent retention by allowing aspiring instructional leaders to operate in roles assigned with their skill sets, thus reducing burnout associated with fragmented assistant principal duties. Moreover, shifting to a dean of instruction role clarifies operational expectations for leadership teams and helps establish more intentional continuity of campus and student support. Assistant principals focus effectively on culture, discipline, and operational oversight, while deans of instruction lead instructional improvements. In effect, the transition better supports the school's mission by aligning leadership capacity with its most and often critical needs, improving that teacher effectiveness and student achievement as a collective team. The model is increasingly common in districts seeking to modernize their leadership framework, ensuring that instructional vision is not overshadowed by operational demands. With clearer focus on areas such as improved instructional outcomes and stronger teacher support systems, schools can create a more balanced, high-performing leadership team that enhances both daily operations and our long-term academic goals.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, President Rooks, members of the board. So one of the things that we felt needed additional clarification was really trying to help identify how the two roles would be different. Part of the reason we needed to differentiate this is because as we moved to a separate funding source and we look at the classroom site fund, we really needed to identify and make sure that this wasn't exactly an assistant principal, but something very similar to, with more focus on the instructional side of work to then meet the requirements under the Classroom Site Fund funding source. So we took an opportunity today to work with the principals and discuss that these would be some of the differentiation areas, with most of it being very, as you can see, very similar. Curriculum alignment being part of for example, part of an assistant principal's role, but really being led by the dean of instruction on the campus with the principal. Teacher development, they would be primary, whereas it can be a shared responsibility with the principal. Really, one of the areas we felt we could make some differentiation would be around athletics and activities. Assistant principals, for instance, in the elementary, so I'll focus on elementary for a second. Really, when it comes to, like if we have a coach opening or we have activities, the assistant principal would be responsible for helping staff in terms of like hiring coaches and managing the situations that were going on. Whereas a dean could be coverage to help be an administrator or a leader on site for the activities, but would not be responsible for staffing and managing those activities on the campus. Next. Oh, sorry, go back one. For the high school, another differentiation we talked about, just because as we get to the compensation piece and talking about some equity around that, the high schools, we have an individual who is identified as having the primary responsibility as the athletic director for the staffing and coordination of activities and events on the campus. But that doesn't mean that the other administrative group doesn't help out. Most campuses have some type of sharing responsibility in terms of maybe 2 nights a week. They cover whatever activities are on that night or weekends and that type of thing. So this, we would expect that the dean of instruction at the high school level would also still be part of that rotation and supporting the campus through activities and at events, but not being the person in charge. Thank you. Again, going back to why we felt this was really critical, it really comes back to, based on the M&O override that was passed, assistant principals were specifically outlined as being positions that were covered and provided for through that funding. We felt that if we continued to identify our assistant principals under the M&O override, that we would continually be in a situation where we may be faced with this decision again. And rather than making that part of the criteria, if we could provide school support and leadership and through a funding source that was sustainable, that we could then provide support to those schools that under the prior model, aka the M&O override model, that would not otherwise have that additional support and then be subject to losing that support. So it gives us a way to meet to provide some additional, to keep the support at the campuses while not relying on M&O funding. So we wanted to really get between, again, that kind of comparison between how they operate on the campus. So they would be part of the leadership team. They would primarily focus on instruction and academics. They would have also the high complexity level, so it's not a lesser position. It's just as challenging and rewarding position as an assistant principal, with just a narrower focus in that. And then when we got to the compensation, we'll give you some examples on the next page of trying to keep them as equitable as possible, recognizing that currently assistant principals are required to have a principal certificate that requires certain levels of education and testing and should have some reward and recognition for that. And we think we found a way to recognize that in both roles. One we wanted to concern is if this is an opportunity for us to move forward with this position, we would continue to make that transition work. And so the first and foremost is we do have a job description outlined and it was provided to the administrators to review before we can continue to refine that if we need to. And then as we were trying to move forward and identify campuses that we believe would fall under the Dean of Instruction versus an AP based on the criteria we plan to use today, that we would keep their base pay whole, so there wouldn't be any reduction for any current assistant principal who moves into a Dean of Instruction position. The difference in compensation would potentially come, sorry, I'm getting close, would come when somebody was new coming into the position who may not already have that administrator certificate. So we'll demonstrate that on the next page. Thank you. So this was how we reviewed it. We are making the recommendation to reduce the calendar for our assistant principals and deans to 11 months. Part of this is in response to being competitive with surrounding districts, as well as recognize that there are additional opportunities and maybe to give them some downtime and recharge and refresh. We do recognize that by not being a 12-month employee under current policy, that they would not be eligible for vacation pay. We can fix that. So if we move forward with this proposal, we would be bringing back the leave policy at a future meeting to address the vacation pay for all staff impacted by this. To start at the top end of compensation specifically, one of the original pieces that had come up is if we put the Dean of Instruction on the certified salary schedule, would they potentially then fall under the certified performance pay, which is $3,500, as opposed to the performance pay for admin, which is $2,500. The recommendation, since part of the and other budget considerations, we have the suspension of the performance pay for 26, 27 for administrators, that we would do the same for the Deans of Instruction to keep it equitable. We also then looked at having elementary base pay for a dean to be $73,500 or $76,500 if they have their administrative certificate already in hand. Assistant principals starting at $76,628. Your elementary principal, so if you were to have an individual who was successful starting out, so their very base pay, and if you included the performance pay, would then be impacted, as you can see on the next line. So an elementary assistant principal, if they were, elementary assistant principals base pay plus the performance pay, if it was in effect, would be $79,128. For a Dean of Instruction, it would be $76,000 if they don't have their administrative certificate, or $79,000 if they do. High school would, you can see that, and these are not new numbers, so the numbers that are on the right are based on the 25-26 salary schedule. I'm not anticipating bringing forward an increase based on our other budgetary considerations. If that were to change, we could adjust these numbers, but so right now, looking for 2020, assuming the same salary schedule as this year, $83,329 for our high school assistant principal, but if they were a Dean of Instruction, they could start at $80,000 or $83,000 if they have the certificate, and then you can see the impact of the $2,500 administrative performance pay if they were eligible. So hopefully that answers, our goal with this was to really try to answer a lot of the biggest concerns, which was, is this position a demotion? Is this position less than an assistant principal? Is the compensation, would somebody take a huge step back if they were to accept the Dean of Instruction? Again, with our focus being that this is to help resolve and provide support and provide a sustainable model of support, we have tried to answer and tackle all those things. But I stand for any questions along with Dr. Hernandez if there's anything else that maybe you'd like us to address.
Okay. Maybe we do have one public comment, so I don't know if you want to finish the rest of the presentation and then we can come back to questions. Is that okay, board members?
Okay, President Rooks, can I add just a couple more things?
Yes, yes, of course.
Thank you. Wanted to add two of the areas that we have heard feedback from administrators specific to, and you heard Mrs. Vestainer allude to this, that this is a K-12, so K-8s and 9-12, sharing that lift on closing the M&O gap. So this is not just about K-8 assistant principals, this is a K-12 component. And then I also wanted to address the question around elementary athletics. So a large portion of the support provided to elementary athletics on a K-8 campus is on the shoulders of the assistant principal. So under this proposal, what we would suggest that if a campus has a principal and a dean of instruction, we already have an existing stipend for an individual in the district. I believe it's already in the fee schedule to the tune of $5,000. An individual, so it could be a teacher from any campus who would want to support elementary athletics from the district perspective. In addition to any campuses with a principal and a dean of instruction who don't have that assistant principal set of hands, we would offer a stipend of $1,100 for an individual on that campus to take that responsibility to manage the sports at the campus level. So wanting to ensure that we have thought through if elementary athletics remain, that we've been thoughtful of what that campus looks like to ensure successful programming from that perspective. And we did check other neighboring districts who have a similar model in place, and that's where those numbers come from. And like I said, our district has had that $5,000 stipend there. We just haven't utilized it because our assistant principals have carried that burden. Burden's not a nice word. Those responsibilities. And so with that, we want to ensure that we are reflective of that, as well as ensuring those campuses that may not have an assistant principal are covered there. And Ms. Gonzalez, did you want to add anything else?
Good evening, President Rooks, Clerk Proudfit, Board, Cabinet, and guests. Again, I'm Erin Gonzalez, been with you a bit lately, so nice to see you this evening. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this topic. It's near and dear to my heart. As you know, I work very closely with our site administrators. Been talking to them day after day after day as we work through compensation, as we work through job description, as we work through responsibilities, titles, and the potential impacts of all of that. Just really wanted to share on behalf of the executive directors that support the principals and assistant principals at each site that we really are trying to provide stability for each campus and really provide those extra sets of hands to help with the heavy lift that is running a campus pre-K-12. And in turn, trying really hard to retain our high quality people. We know we have the best of the best. You've heard me brag about the best of the best, and we don't want to lose the best of the best in this. This funding mechanism really is a more stable structure to ensure we can retain those high quality people and without interrupting the continuity at each school site for our students, first and foremost, and our families, our teachers, and of course, our beloved principals. So just wanted to kind of clarify those things. Another question we received a lot as executive directors is around that idea of this feeling like a step back or a demotion, or how do these things look in real life on a resume? So I've been able to kind of lift the veil a little bit on hiring practices in my experience in this role. So when we are reviewing applications and going through the paper screening process as we look at candidates for site administrators in our district, we do consider dean of instruction or dean of students for that matter as site administrator experience. We don't look at them as less than. And if they have that experience and the rest of their resume and application package supports getting through our paper screening, then they do oftentimes make it to our in-person interviews and those next steps. So I have been working a lot with our assistant principals explaining that. Sometimes we don't talk about those nuts and bolts that go into the hiring process, but really wanted to reassure them that it is a lateral position. We do give those deans the same look that we give anybody that's coming to our district, and including if you're a site administrator in Peoria in 2026, we all know what we're working through right now. And so again, it's near and dear to our heart for the continuity of services, supports on our campus to really retain those people that provide that crucial support. So just wanted to weigh in a little bit from that perspective. Been talking every day and night, well into the night, to our people, trying to support them working through this. and really do think it's a really strategic and stable way forward. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Rooks. Board members, the next item that I wanted to share information about is our centralized enrollment as a concierge service model. So we've looked at what does this enrollment center look like, and reframing it from just administrative processing to a high-touch customer service experience for our families. So we know that the commitment that we share to our families and the competitiveness in the environment that we live in. So a vision is, you know, Peoria offers lots of opportunities for families. There is a dual language program, there's wonderful CTE programs, we have gifted programs, we have performing art programs, we have traditional school, but does a family that's coming into just their local neighborhood school know all of that? So the vision is that we would have experts at this center that would be able to talk to families and share with them what Peoria is all about. And then as a district of choice, we want to make sure that all of our families that come to us know all the opportunities that are available to their students. So concierge, what that means, and think about that, it's a single point of contact. So it's a personal guidance, proactive communication, streamlined, welcoming, service-oriented experience with a knowledgeable specialist who can guide them from start to finish through this whole process. So here's how we envision this would work. A dedicated enrollment specialist would be assigned to each family. They would review their documentation, their residency, all of the things that you need to enroll in a school, answer questions about programs, transportation, our boundaries, and coordinate with the school sites. So the school sites are still going to have their front office, wonderful people welcoming our students and families into the schools every day. We're taking some of the administration burden off of those campuses. So white glove onboarding checklist, assist with if they have online forms that they need to submit, and just real-time confirmation of that enrollment. And they will walk them through to that first day of school for their children. So you can see it being a connector, right, to the school sites, to transportation, to any health needs that the student might have, McKinney-Vento support. So they don't have to call multiple departments or try to figure out for themselves, how do I get the support I need from my students? This specialist is going to help them with that. Multilingual translations, so we would have people at the center who could do translations, help in person, on the phone, virtual appointments, just all the technical support that that family would need to get to make their experience just really positive for being part of the Peoria School District. The communication, because it is just that one person welcoming packet, these are all the things that we envision being able to offer as having this one central site that would have these experts there that would know about all the Peoria offerings in the schools. So this is what that organizational chart would look like. Here's the vision for the staffing model. It's a supervisor, 10 registration specialists, 4 central records clerks, our student information support specialist, a McKinney-Vento liaison, and then lead nurse for any kind of health questions or a part-time nurse support at the center. So here's what we've outlined as the benefits. So for families, clear, concise process, faster turnaround, accessible and multilingual support. At the schools, here's how we envision this supporting the schools. Reducing that front office workload. So instead of them having to process paper and do the administration side of it, they can focus on the instruction and serving our families, welcoming them in, instead of worrying about the logistics of all of the documentation, the compliance that we go through, the audit readiness, because we're very proud of how our audits are in this district, but there is a lot of effort that goes into that on the campuses. And stronger data accuracy for ADM, real-time enrollment reporting for staffing and resource planning, and that's really a budget planning for us as well. So that's the concierge service. I want to jump into furlough days a little bit and just give you some numbers. Let's do some math. So 3 days of furlough equate to about 1.5 to 1.7% reduction in annual pay. So what I've taken is look at a typical calendar, 180 to 200-day calendar, which is the majority of like our school classified staff would be on. What would that mean to them annually? So I just put some rough numbers there for you. If they make $50,000 a year, $750 to $850. If they make $70,000 a year, $1,000 to $12,000. And then also retirement contributions go down. As you know, our retirement benefits when we retire are based on the contributions and the wages that we report to the Arizona State Retirement System. The operational impact would also be fewer paid workdays. Of course, that's addressed in the previous slide. Compressed workload, but there's still the same work, right? Work has to still get done in fewer days. The potential of morale impact, of course, I'm sure with these decisions that are in front of us right now, we understand that for all of our staff, everybody that is experiencing these challenges right now, and I don't have to tell the board that. A minimal instruction disruption if we schedule it strategically. So at the last board meeting, the question was asked, can we push the furlough days to the end of the year, and with the hopes that we can, incentivize, pass an override, and then say those furlough days, we feel comfortable that we won't need to use them because we are able to put a secure funding source in place with the M&O override. So yes, that's definitely an option that we can look at, and we can look at which days those are if the board gives us direction to move forward with the furlough days. Ms. Vicentainer and I have already looked at the days of the possibilities to be the least disruptive to our instruction. So I want to talk about the M&O carry forward in the 5 proposals. So if you're looking at looking at your list, and you're looking at the M&O carry forward that's used in each of the proposals, you can see that Proposal 5 has the lowest amount of M&O budget carry forward used to support the plan. And let me give you a couple reasons why. 2 primary reasons. The first one is the 3 furlough days. So there are implications to that, but what that does is the $3 million takes that burden off of the override. And then the other one is the kindergarten funding shift to instructional improvement fund. That, and we've talked about this, that is just a 1-year temporary, solution. But what it does is it takes that burden off of our M&O carry forward. So we're not paying 100% of kindergarten out of M&O. We're paying for a half day of kindergarten out of the instructional improvement fund. So that's why you see that Proposal 5 lower as far as the carryover that we're going to use. And I want to talk a little bit about the department positions because the question was asked at the last meeting, what does that look like? What departments are impacted by these reductions? And so I don't have a department breakdown here, but what I do have is the comparison of what the original proposal was, and board, that information's been shared with you as far as what the positions, where those positions in the departments that they're located. So the first proposal was 13 total positions, 7 of them being vacant, and 6 of them have current employees who are going to be impacted by this decision. The revised proposal, when we went back as a leadership team and said, okay, are there still some vacancies out there that we haven't identified, or are there other positions that we could collapse and distribute the workload to other people who are doing similar work or who could maintain the work that position does? So when we looked at that, we identified 6 more vacancies and 1 more employee that we could redistribute work. So I will tell you, just from the perspective of the business department, there have been several positions in the business department this year that have been vacated for various reasons. You know, people's lives take them other places sometimes. And we have consciously said, let's hold, let's evaluate how that workload can be redistributed. And we've done that. I will tell you that it is additional work and responsibility on the team that remains. They are amazing, wonderful people. You have seen the work that they've done and the amazing audits that we have. What I will tell you is adding additional workload, we may not have as stellar audits next year. There's just a lot of compliance that goes into that. But we know the position we're in right now. And the budget and balancing the budget is a critical part. We will do our best always. And that's the, commitment that team makes. They are amazing people. But I just wanted to give you a little bit of a touch. That's what's been happening in the world of the business department this year. So, knowing that this list was going to be shared with the governing board, we felt it really important that anybody now these are positions, so you'll see there's no names, right? But there's positions, and some of these positions are very identifiable. Like there's only one person who does that role or has that title. So we felt that it was important, out of professional courtesy and respect for these employees, to have conversations with them individually so that they would know that that was a consideration of the governing board. We shared with them that it was still a governing board decision that needed to be made, but their position was being considered. And so that allows the employee time to process, because it's a difficult thing to hear. And it was a difficult conversation to have, honestly. And I want to thank, Ms. Vicentainer, and she supported some of our leaders in having those conversations, as well as me. And we reinforced our commitment to support them through this transition. So we're committed to, if there's a decision made this evening, reaching out to those 7 employees who are impacted by this decision and talking them through what that transition would look like, what other opportunities there may be available, or how they seek out other top opportunities in the district if they choose to stay here. Okay. So now I want to turn it back over to Dr. Hernandez, and the question came up last time, what does it cost to adopt a curriculum? So Dr. Hernandez has some information she'd like to share with you.
Thank you.
President Rooks, members of the board. So let's just take a quick trip back through history as far as the ELA adoptions go right here for our district. So we are talking K-12. We have not done a comprehensive PK-12 adoption that we have that we're considering right now. The idea of putting PK in with our K-12 focuses in on our literacy initiatives that we have been moving forward and really supporting PK transition to K from a literacy standpoint as well. So what we're proposing now is that PK-12. The district chose 6 years ago to adopt K-5 on a 6-year contract with one vendor, and then 6-12 on a 7-year contract with a different vendor. The end of 6 years for Benchmark Advance, which is our K-5 curriculum, is at the end of the current school year. We have considered what does it look like to do a gap year to backfill K-5 in order to do PK-12 a year from now. But the cost of being able to just backfill 1 year for K-5 benchmark and Foundations, which is our phonics program, is rivaling close to $2 million. So from an efficiency standpoint and a financial responsibility standpoint, investing $2 million into resources that we, at least Benchmark Advance for sure, Foundations you'll see is on display. Benchmark Advance notified us in December that they were not intending to respond to our request for materials. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. So we would know that we would be investing in a curriculum that we would not be using regardless of the outcome of our RFM. They simply did not respond. The 612 materials were prepaid for all 7 years. So we looked at a gap year on K-5 to wait a year, knowing that our 612 was already prepaid and we're not going to get those funds back. Or do we go a year early on 612 so that it aligns with the PK-12? And we've talked about this multiple times. It's certainly a hard rock and a hard place spot to be in making that. But as we looked at our literacy data and performance in reading and ELA in our district, it became imperative that we considered the PK-5 aspect of, are our resources problematic in achieving greater rates of literacy in our district? And what I would tell you from the data that you have seen, it is. So Move On When Reading is Arizona's statutorily required reading requirements for K-3 students. Some of the challenges with the association of our curriculum adoption with MAUR is that the core curriculum, which is Benchmark Advance, is not any longer recognized by the Arizona Department of Education to be approved to meet the required Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 supports in order to be in compliance with Move On When Reading. I've shared this before, that this is something that they had told us about. Benchmark Advance has conducted 2 research studies in order to demonstrate that they meet the ESSA requirements of Arizona. And proudly in Arizona, we have some of the highest expectations. And we should be proud of that as a state. This particular curriculum has attempted twice to do the research study required to prove those levels. They have intentions to do a third. However, in being very transparent with us, they did not respond to our request for materials because they knew they would not have the results of that study back in time. So what that means for us, and we aren't alone in this in Arizona, is that the resources we have K-5 right now are not and will not be compliant with Move On When Reading. It is for K-3, but you keep hearing me say K-5. So before we move on from challenges, Foundations is our phonics curriculum that tries to work with Benchmark together. The district did not go through the formal adoption process with their phonics adoption back in the day. And so that is something that we need to be aware of as we begin the process, and you'll see that well articulated in the process, and you've seen us do all the adoptions before, and you know how rigorous that is. So in order to purchase Foundations year over year, we do not have a contract with them beyond a year at a time. So each year, the price increases. So when we talk about treading water for a year to bridge the gap between K-5 and 612, that approaching $2 million, since we started looking at this 2.5 years ago, that number has increased each time we've reached out to the company and said, what would it cost if we were to do this now? What would you anticipate? And so again, looking at a particular product and its challenges relative to the rising costs, because we are not contractually obligated with them beyond year over year. From a requirement standpoint, this is ARS. It is required here in Arizona. It is the connection into our Move On When Reading funds, which are the literacy grant dollars that show up on our financial reports. That is the contingency. So in our work with the ADE recently, they approved Peoria Unified conditionally to receive our funds for the current school year. So we do not have the funds for the current school year, and it's not uncommon that we get into the January timeframe. So as each district is approved by the committee at the state that reviews the MAUR plans, they are recommended for State Board of Education approval. We have conditional approval to go on an upcoming state board agenda. And once approved by the state board, then we would receive those funds essentially for this current school year. We were required to draft an action plan because Benchmark Advance is not, and we don't anticipate it being approved at the state level. And in that action plan, they required us to indicate how are we going to close this gap, because we would go on to be conditionally funded and then possibly not funded. This is a state requirement. And so in our action plan, we detailed our work around our curriculum adoption. So the funding implications, curriculum is purchased from capital funds. When we laid out the capital plan 3-4 years ago, each of the content areas, so we know that math and science were 3 years in, 4 years, wow, time goes fast, 4 years in. And so we mapped out when does 6 years for math come up next, when science, ELA, right, and under those content areas. So we earmarked about $8-ish or $9 million for English language arts for the PK-12 ELA adoption that we knew would be coming. We knew the decision point would be around, do we wait a year or do we go a year early, and what that would look like. So that funding that we have is allocated from capital dollars and is there indicated for the ELA adoption. So what might our next step considerations look like? What we have proposed thus far in our communications and keeping the board updated on where we are with the RFM process is that we're running the process now. Because if we waited until we knew where we landed with our budget stabilization, it would be too late to start the process. Statutorily, we have to have a minimum of 60 calendar days for the materials to be on display before the governing board could take action on potentially approving them. So if we waited to start the process until we were finished with this work, it would be too late to have materials for our K-5 teachers in the fall. Whereas if we needed to pause the process, that would be the better alternative. So we started the process in December. It is up and running. The high school team has been meeting this week, and their conversations have been lively and exciting on literature versus novels and all the things English language arts teachers love to talk about. And so they're off to a great start. Our K-8 team begins their work next week. And side note, all of this is available in board docs for your viewing pleasure as those minutes are made available. So what we can do and what we would recommend is that we complete the adoption process PK-12. We would come to the board, we're estimated that April timeframe with recommendations for your consideration for PK-12. However, at that time, depending on where we land from a funding standpoint, we may determine it in a district's best interest to only purchase K-5 and hold on PK and 612 until that financial picture, knowing we only have a year left on 612, and PK has materials now. They need some improving, but they have materials now that they could continue with if needed to do so. So the difference between K3 versus K5, it would not be my recommendation to adopt simply to meet the K3 requirement and then pay benchmark advance and foundations for the 4th grade and 5th grade, those extra 2 years because of that additional cost. You'd be looking at about $500,000 for just those 2 grade levels. And then the continuity between the methodologies of learning and teaching as students would move between those grade levels would interrupt the learning. And we're already experiencing that with a variety of products that our classrooms have had over the years that continue to do patchwork to support learning literacy and whatnot. So from a learning the continuity of the resources themselves, the platforms that come along with it, it would be ill-advised to do a K-3 purchase just to meet the state's requirement and then come back and do 4-5, because our 4-5, again, would be on those materials that we know the state is not going to approve. And if they're not good enough for K-3, I wouldn't believe they're good enough for 4-5 either. And so we'd want to be thoughtful in that. So that's how that could look in our intention right now, all things moving forward until you tell me otherwise. We plan to bring you recommendations PK-12 in that April timeframe, just like we did with social studies, so that we could then consider what our best interest is and are we able to purchase materials at that time. We have reached out to the state to ask the question, what if we don't? And the response thus far in a time frame of this afternoon really comes back to, well, you're conditional, which opens the door to the funding loss. So we would continue to work that. And I mentioned we aren't the only district with the same set of resources. Matter of fact, other districts have the newer version of these resources and theirs are also not being approved. So we're not alone in this. However, we are where we are, and that is our situation to work through. So that is where we are with the next steps on the MAUR requirements so far as needing to work through that adoption.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. And just one additional piece of information in regards to that, because the question, I will confirm that they do hold money. I've worked in other organizations where the plans have not been approved and they will hold the money. So my question was, how much money is that? What are we looking at as far as an impact to our budget? And it is $1.4 million in M&O funding. And so that, I know that's always, the data is always a factor in the decisions and moving forward with these. So I just want to give you that piece of information as well. Okay. So the next steps, and we talked about this at the last board meeting, and then I will turn it back over to you, President Rooks, is just, any of the decisions that the board makes, if the board makes decisions this evening, there's some policy changes possibly that would need to be made. The reductions in force recommendations, any fee schedule adjustments, and then any contractual or operational modifications. So we've preliminary looking at the list of all of the things, and a lot of it's HR related that would be coming back to you in a future meeting once some of these decisions have been made by the board. So having said that, that concludes our presentation. We'll turn it back over to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. So we do have one public comment, board members. So you will have 3 minutes. Trina Berg.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Superintendent Summers. Couple of questions I have, and I appreciate this very difficult decision you guys were elected to make, and here we are. We have to make these decisions soon. One question I have is, and I've asked this a few times, but I haven't seen any results of my questions or anything. I haven't seen the outcome. Moving all of these other budget items into classroom site funds. I know when we were on budget committee before, we had it laid out for 10 years. We were nice and solvent for a good 10-year time period, but we're increasing the expenditures from classroom site fund greatly with these new proposals. And I'm curious of how long we're going to continue to be solvent, because classroom site fund is a big chunk of all of our salaries. And so if we run through all of our reserves quicker than expected and classroom site fund dollars decrease from the state or whatever the case may be, we might all be in trouble from that sooner rather than later. So I'm just curious what the outcome, the long-term outcome of our classroom site fund dollars look like based on these decisions. And as far as the the proposal 5 that had the 3 different furlough days. Wow, hold on. Wow, the 3 different furlough days. So I have a suggestion, I have a question. So one of them I think should be election day. I think that's a great day to make a furlough day. The other one I think should be the day in September and the day in October that was removed from our new calendar next year that we did have this year. So I think those should be the other furlough days and restore part of our calendar. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment. So we'll start with questions, board members. Mrs. Ewing.
Great, thank you. I'm going to start going back through the presentation. So I want to start with the clarifications on the Dean of Instruction versus the Assistant Principal, that piece. First of all, I appreciate you bringing all of this forward so that we can really understand what the thought pattern is behind all of this, and that the focus is on how is this going to give us greater student outcomes and so forth. So I appreciate all of this, and I know that Dr. Summers, when you took us around, a lot of times our principals were asking for more help with the instructional assistant piece, and I know that there was discussions on how could we help provide that, and I think this does answer some of that question. I think my biggest concern is we already have so much leadership instability in our district from top all the way through, and I'm kind of curious how this is going to be implemented, because, and I say that because we have teams at schools who the principals and the vice principal or the assistant principals have been working together for years, and they really gel, and they're amazing together. And am worried that, and that's one of the concerns, is that this model forces the assistant principals and those who might be dean of instructions to be jumbled all up, and we're then reallocating the leadership models. And so I'm just wondering how the implementation of that would be done, because my biggest thing is we need to have leadership stability.
Yes, thank you for that question, President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing. So what I can speak to generally, and then Dr. Hernandez and Mrs. Vicentainer, as well as the executive director team, has had some of these preliminary conversations. We've tried not to get too far ahead. But just to be clear, you're asking specifically about the Dean of Instruction role in that shift. That's the square of your question. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it from that perspective.
Yes, so if we go forward with the Dean of Instruction, this model that is suggested here, how does that, how do we deal with the leadership instability that happens? Because then we're jumbling up who is going to be which role and all of that. And then that, from both students and staff, it messes with the leadership stability.
So yes, we can speak to that. I'll let Dr. Hernandez go first, and then we can all chime in.
Thank you. President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, so the goal is certainly not to disrupt teams at schools, and the goal is to keep as much of it stable as possible. So the classroom site funding opportunity allows us to bring in that stability now. With those particular positions lowering on the M&O side, supporting keeping the same set of hands. But it also allows us the opportunity for leaders who would like to learn under a different leader or to take advantage of opportunities that are being opened up from an attrition standpoint. So as principalships open up and leaders are ready to transition into those roles, we do anticipate some of that movement as well. So some of those natural teams are going to be adjusted anyway, but this is not a ploy to disrupt school leadership teams.
I honestly did not think it was a ploy. It's just, I know that there's that concern out there, and that was just my concern, that we keep that, because we're making, I think Ms. Proudfoot has said it, we're making so many changes at once. We want to try to keep that stability in leadership that's important for our community and students and staff. So that was, so I don't know if you have anything else to offer.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, one of the conversations we've had internally is really around that the selection process. I guess how might be an easier way to, or identification process. First and foremost, we recognize that the step one is identifying which schools we believe under the criteria would have a dean of instruction. Then our process was to reach out to the individuals on that campus and give them the option. And so one of the things before we felt that they would feel comfortable making a decision was resolving the questions around compensation and schedules. So now that if we have those questions answered tonight, then our first process would be to give individuals the option to make that determination. And if they would like to remain an assistant principal and that is not an option at that school, then we would work through that from there.
And Mrs. Ewing, the other thing I would add to that is that while the proposal is potentially 10 assistant principal positions, it's adding 15 dean of instruction positions. So each campus will have the same number of hands that it has now, with some campuses receiving additional support. This opportunity provides to fill gaps where other campuses haven't always had. And you'll recall we are expanding our specialized programming to additional campuses. And so the executive director team has put thought and care into a preliminary, not getting too far ahead of ourselves, in examining which particular sites would assistant principal versus dean of instruction versus multiple of those positions, depending on that particular campus's needs.
Well, I will offer that I think that certainly what you've presented, there's opportunity for maybe something that's not there currently. So I do see that. Again, it was just my concern was that leadership stability. I think we really need to see that. Ms. Rodriguez, if there is any way that you have the ability to answer the question that was asked by our public comment individual about long-term site fund outcomes and so forth, if there's any thing that you could offer, that would be great.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks. Member Ewing, I have looked at that. It is also a concern of mine. We can't use what we are calling a stable funding resource without validating that it is a stable funding resource. So with the information we have today and the amount of allocations that we have been receiving from the state due to the calculation that is done based on the sales tax and the additional revenue that we receive from the sale of trust land for education and classroom site fund, I am projecting us out a good 10 years with building some reserve every year if we continue at the rate that we're doing with these levels. Now, that is something we revisit every single year. If that number, that allocation per pupil was to go down for classroom site fund, and we were concerned about the reserve in that account, we'll address that every year. But I have looked at and I have projected out 10 years, and we would still have a significant balance of about $16 million if we continue to receive the amount of revenue that we're currently receiving.
Okay, great. I have a couple more questions before. So as far as the enrollment concierge services, and I always love the idea that if, and I think our schools do this too, but I do love the idea that anybody who comes to our school gets a really personalized touch base and everything like that. I think it's been expressed to me that there's some concern that, okay, you have somebody at the district office who's off-site, who's bringing in, who's doing all of the registration, and how are they going to communicate when that family comes to the school and says, you know, how's the school going to know that all their paperwork is in, and so forth. And then those families will also want to be meeting with, especially if they have IEPs or students who have additional needs, they may have students who want to meet with the teachers and all of that. So I like this model. I think it's good, but I know that it will really take a system that there's really clear communication between the off-site centralized registration and what's happening on campus. And I think there's some fear that our families won't know, do I need to talk to this centralized registration? Do I need to talk to somebody on staff? So if there's any way that we can elaborate a little bit more on how that's intended to work together.
Thank you, President Rooks. Member Ewing, we have outlined this concept, and with the idea that we would have some of our best people that have been on campuses that know enrollment process, that understand how to deliver exceptional customer service to our team, would be the ones that are delivering this message to our families. And part of what you see is that I have a personal enrollment specialist assigned to me as a family. They're going to reach out to there's still going to be staff at the front offices. There will still be staff on the campuses to welcome these families. You know, you will still have your school secretary and other office support, whether that's a registrar or an office person, to welcome them. They will be reaching out to them and say, hey, got a family coming, and here's who they are, and here's what they're about, and here's what's important to them. And give them that, you know, and it may be scheduling appointments for them, however that looks, whatever that family needs. That is our vision for this. Yes, we've looked at other models in other districts, and how does this work? It's working well, the districts that we've spoken to, and I think Peoria can do it just as well, if not better, if we have that concept in our minds. But it gives us an opportunity to be a whole district that has many opportunities for our families. And we've talked about this since I've come on board, about how do we make Peoria stand out? What is it about us? What do we do really well? And I think this gives us an opportunity to really brag and have that best first impression with this personal touch with our families.
And lastly, I'm just going to, just a comment, it's not a question at all. I know anytime we talk about furlough days, and when you look at the amount that it affects any of our employees' salaries, and we know that it's not just the salaries, there's other things that it affects. It affects households and what they can afford and so forth. So it's always a really tough conversation, and I wish we had passed the override so we wouldn't be in this situation talking about furlough days. So I don't really have any questions other than to answer that. And the other thing, I think I asked you this on the phone. We were talking about the carry forward, and you actually said that the proposal 5 takes the least amount of money from carry forward, which because I was worried about our bond rating and so forth, and how is all of this going to, if we were to look at something like a proposal 5, how does that affect our bond rating? Does that affect how we look as far as fiscal stability? Because another thing we have to be concerned about is, are our decisions today, does it offer sustainability for us as well? So I don't know if you can offer some of that.
Yes, thank you, President Rooks. Member Ewing, to answer your question, when you look across the bottom line of these 5 proposals, and you can see that line 25, proposal number 1 is 2.3 that we would use out of our carryover, and proposal 2 is 1.6, proposal 3 is 2.1, proposal 4 is 1.4, and the proposal 5, and I kind of give you a little bit of an idea of why that is, the $347,000, because of using the furlough days and utilizing the funding source for kindergarten. And what I will tell you is what a bond rating agency looks at is stability. So I showed you in our last presentation what our carryover has looked like for the last 5 years, and it's been very stable until we're now declining in enrollment, if we're not making the proper adjustments to offset that loss in revenue with expenditures that match, and then making the decision where we wanted to give employees increases for this year, which I'm not judging, I'm just saying we consciously made a decision that we would take the carry forward to do that. So if we continue to dip into carry forward, to answer your question, Ms. Ewing, yes, that will have an impact on our bond rating. If there was ever an opportunity for us to sell bonds, I would be thrilled about that. We haven't had that opportunity for several years in this organization. But the other thing that I wanted to caution, and I shared with all of you, was that risk assessment that the Auditor General does. So that's a real thing, and we've seen several districts in the category of potential risk. We do not want to be there. We do not want to have that scrutiny on our organization, nor is it good for the health of the organization. So my caution is, of course, to try to manage the carryover to the extent that we can and maintain a certain level.
And didn't you say that like $2,400 was around, or not $2,400, that would be so low, but can you give me the recommended amount that?
Yes, President Rooks, Member Ewing. So we want to make sure we're keeping at least 1 month operating costs, which for this organization is about $24 million, which is what Ms. Myers was so conscious about and did very well when I go back and I look at historical numbers.
Great, thank you. I will pass along to Ms. Proudfit.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
I'll just start with carry forward. Because we dipped into that, any option that is hugely reliant on carry forward, I'm just not comfortable with. I think it's something we really need to watch closely. And you're right, we made a conscious decision to dip into that, to give raises and now we have to be very conscious about not dipping into our reserves. We need our reserves. Obviously, Proposal 5 is definitely the most appealing to me. I appreciate all the additional information on the things that are kind of the topics we're talking about tonight. The front office staff suggestion, where I struggle with that is, I don't know how to say this tactfully. I think I would rather see us spend a year building up those signature programs. I don't think our programs in that regard are, I would like to see us focus on beefing those signature programs up, particularly in the elementary schools. I don't disagree fundamentally with what you're saying about having, a concierge type service that connects that. Where I'm struggling is I don't see how that eliminates the need for the number of bodies on campus. I think as a parent, one of the worst things that could happen is I try to call my child's school and nobody's there. And I'm not seeing, as we're visiting schools, as my own kids are in school, I'm not seeing an overabundance in the front offices. And so I would love to see us build out to that concierge. I don't think that this is the year to do it, and there's a lot of things that we can focus on. There's other considerations, when we did the last override polling and survey or whatever, safety was a number one concern. There's things like custody issues and just knowing a child, knowing if a child is looking like they're having a hard day. There are so many things that front office staff does aside from this. I just am really struggling, if we absolutely do not have to, reducing the number of bodies up there. And I think you and I spoke, and I think it was like 0.5. So we're not talking about completely removing entire people. But if there is an option to preserve that, I think based on what I feel our community would want and the responses I've seen, I think preserving that is very important. I really appreciate in your presentation, we're talking now about stable funding sources. I know that this is something we've talked about a lot in the past, and that will lead me into what I'm going to talk about next. I want to talk about the APs, the shift. So there are a few, I'm just going to be, again, trying to be tactful here, but I've said in the past, it's not what we do, it's how we do it that matters even more. And I don't love how this was rolled out to the admin, and there was so much confusion surrounding it. I think leadership stability is something that is incredibly important, especially for that population of employees. Because we're talking about funding this out of Classroom Site Fund, I think something I would be more comfortable with. If we went with, a certain version of Proposal 5, it doesn't require us to eliminate any of the positions, because now we're talking about funding this additional position from a different funding source. Every campus I've been on, they just need more hands. They need more people. What would stop us from, say, creating 10 positions out of Classroom Site Fund while keeping the existing AP structure? Because of how we rolled it out, and there's so much confusion along with our superintendent transition, why would we not try to create that position to introduce it and show the value of it and allow administration to be working with us hands-on? I think it's too much change to be doing all that we're doing and then roll out an entirely new program. I don't know why we can't have some overlap and runway with that, particularly when the funding sources are completely different and we have an option to not eliminate. I loved Mrs. Berg's comment. It was actually something that was on my list too. I absolutely think a furlough day should be election day, 100%. They do that in other states where it's a vacation. Absolutely, we should do that. And then I would still advocate for keeping those. Depending on the outcome of the override, I would feel much more comfortable dipping into reserves to cancel furlough days based on the outcome of an override election. And if the override is on the ballot and doesn't pass again, I feel more comfortable asking us to share the load of the cuts across district. I think that is all I have. Again, I really appreciate the attention given to stable funding sources, that's something we've talked about a lot, and these are incredibly difficult cuts to make. And I just always want our families, our community, and our staff to know that, you know, I take it so seriously that we're talking about people's lives, not just for our students, but for our employees who have invested and trusted us with their career. And, you know, it's easy to say it's semantics of title with these APs, but it wouldn't feel that way to me if I was sitting on the other side of this. So those are my thoughts. Obviously, like I said, I think Proposal 5 is the best proposal moving forward for lots of reasons. But those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, President Rooks. First, I want to say thank you for presenting a stable solution to an ongoing problem for many, many years. I've said it before, and I believe it 110%. You can't sustain a program off of grants no more than you can sustain a district programs off of M&O. So I'll leave that alone for a bit. For creating a sustainable source for AP DOI, I think we're on the right path. I think that is an excellent solution. And in line with that, the amount $347,000 is I mean, you don't have to be really good at math to see how much we're carrying over on the fifth list of spending, which I also, Ms. Proudfit already mentioned. I like that solution more than any of them. I also want to thank you for reevaluating the certificate, meaning if they already have an assistant principal certificate and matching that with money. And I do appreciate that. I would hope they would as well. The other thing I want to thank you for is meeting individually with employees. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. I don't know of any other district that's going to these lengths. And I don't just say that to say that. I'm sure there are. I'm sure there might be. But the larger ones in our state, they're not doing this. I appreciate that we're looking at people as people, not numbers. So thank you so much, because I know that took more time, and probably you're still doing that. But I wanted to say thank you to that, for doing that. You've said a couple times, declining enrollment with expenditure matching. If I could buy a T-shirt, if I could screen that from the housetop, that is exactly the solution we have to do in our school districts. Is it always fun? No, it's not, nor is budgeting for anything, right? But in the long run, it's a sustainable, real solution, not a crystal ball. Maybe we'll get a grant, maybe we'll fund this, Of course, those things can always be brought up, but we should not sustain our district within those parameters. So I do have one question. How does the reduction of reducing the APs or the DOI to 11-month affect our ADE funding, ADM? Does that affect our funding from the state?
President Rooks, Member Bowles, it does not. So reducing the 11-month for, is that, I'm sure I'm answering your question, the 11-month?
Correct, yes.
Does not impact funding whatsoever.
And so the 12th month, so to speak, we don't have students. Is that correct? Is that why it wouldn't?
Well, that is correct. So it's the 180 days that we are required, or there's a certain amount of hours that we have to educate our students. So in reducing the calendar is not going to take any instructional time away from our students whatsoever.
Okay. And I will say again, thank you for looking at declining enrollment and matching expenditures, because that's going to be my line for the rest of the year. Thank you.
Mr. Tobity, questions and comments?
The work that our team has done has been pretty incredible. I know it's been a very heavy lift, and thank you for collaborating with all of our site leaders. I appreciate the input of our executive director. I I wouldn't have minded to hear from a little more principals because I didn't have enough time to talk as many as I'd like over this last week. Thanks for giving us that week. I think it was, as some of the community members were saying, a little bit rushed and probably not the best choice to make that decision at 10 o'clock at night on such an impactful decision. So thank you for the time. I appreciate the presentation, the clarification through some of this. I do like the clarification around the assistant principal positioning. Looking forward, not just because we need to solve this problem right in front of us, but also looking forward, another 2, 3, 4 years out at least, building that leadership pipeline. That's what every great institution should be doing. And so I think that providing an opportunity for teachers who aspire to be admins or have a leadership role without needing that AP certificate, putting them in those positions, having site leaders recognize the potential in our employees and our teachers to put in for these positions while getting these certifications is important. Those are going to be our future site leaders and, maybe even cabinet. So I do find importance in structurally setting that up. I did have a question regarding, there was the breakdown of the elementary and the high school dean of instruction. If we're basing it off of student enrollment based on the class size, will we ever have a need for a dean of instruction at a high school, or are we looking at more of the under-enrolled elementary schools?
President Rooks, Mr. Tobey, so there's a matrix of criteria in determining which sites would benefit most from assistant principal, dean of instruction, some combination of them. Enrollment is actually the last factor that we looked at. So some of the factors, and Aaron, you might have to remind me, the specialized programming on the campus, the campus's needs overall relative to special populations of students and any other, aspects along those lines. We've looked at their current letter grade. We've looked at the trajectory of their letter grade. Were they C, B, A? Were they B, A, B? And looking at those instructional needs, really all encompassing. And then we added in a column for enrollment. So really wanting to be thoughtful in not every campus is the same. Remember in the 90s, yes, they all were the same. And that was a great time. We've talked about this. But now they are certainly not. And we also want to be very thoughtful of the campuses who are welcoming our specialized programming to their sites and wanting to ensure a very successful transition for our families, for our students, for the teachers who are following along with their students. And so ensuring that the leadership structure has that support to it is all things that have been taken into account, with enrollment being it's important, but it is not the most important factor in establishing what a campus need is.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I do agree with that. With every site that I've visited, every principal has said, I need that person in my pocket. I need that extra set of hands. And don't we all? But I do think that it accomplishes both of that. It accomplishes the extra pair of hands, the cultivating of leadership qualities in our teachers, and the uptraining of our staff. The centralized registration, I agree with both Mrs. Proudfit and Janelle here, because I see both sides of that argument about centralized registration. How, if we're not reducing front office staff at the site, is that actually representing a cost savings for us here in our budget item?
So thank you, President Rooks. Member Tobey. So what we're looking at, there's the centralized registration where there are 7 employees attached to that, and a decrease in front office staff that would be able to transition over into the new roles. Some of the people in that staffing model that I showed you are already people that we have on staff that would just transition over to support this center. So not all of them are going to be funded out of this. So we have done the matrix and the savings cost, and this is the proposal in front of you is the amount. I will tell you centralized registration, the 7 FTEs, but the classified school support staff model, that's the 0.5 from the schools. So we're looking at that as well to help support the centralized registration.
Is there a thought process if we are removing hands from the front office of certain sites, how is that going to be supported? How are we supporting those schools if we're taking away a resource from the front office?
Well, the thought was President Ricks, Member Toby, the thought was that we would be taking administrative burden off of the campuses. So that was the original plan and thought. If, pushing papers all day and entering data into a computer is taking away from you being present for the community when they walk through the door, we wanted to eliminate that administrative burden. It takes a lot, and it takes a lot of focus. And I'll tell you, I've been in those front offices, and I've worked side by side with them in different opportunities and training and things like that. It is so distracting in those front offices. It's hard to focus on the data entry that's at hand. A lot of times, if you walk into a front office and you only see one person out there, it's because the other person is in a back room entering data. And so we want to eliminate that burden. So that was our concept and our vision for that.
Okay, thank you. I feel that, and I understand the argument, I understand the reasoning and the rationale, but I think that maybe we would need some more time to kind of look at maybe a process, a streamlining of a process, because we are asking our sites to do without another person that's up in the front office. Yeah, they are entering these data, but they're also they're multitasking. A lot of these individuals are doing multiple jobs. Let's face it. There is a shortage up front. So I think that looking at that line item, I would like to think of other orders or processes to make it streamlined so we're not necessarily having to data entry everything and have all that time consumed by these individuals. I do also think that the furlough days, the reason why one of the proposal 4 only had one is because I really want teachers to be really the last impacted, and if we're cutting all of these positions, they're on the front lines, they're out there face to face with our students. I do understand Mrs. Proudfit's proposal, and I do like your proposal. I think that it represents a good balanced effort to try to spread the burden around, and the idea of maybe bonusing out our teachers that stay for the next year, dipping it into reserve funds if we have a successful M&O in the future, because that represents an opportunity for our teachers to take 0 cuts. There's that possibility there. So versus 3 days versus 0 days, I would prefer teachers take 0 days, have the potentiality to have that option. I do have a proposal, but I will hand it over to President Rooks.
Thank you. Before I give my comments and a couple of questions, we did have one public comment card turned in during presentation, so I want to be able to give that person a chance to speak real quick. Amy, is it Vaughn? Okay, you will have 3 minutes, by the way.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Appreciate it. Hello, President Rooks, board, staff, attendees. My name is Amy Vaughn, and I'm a parent to children directly impacted by the move of 7th and 8th graders to Cactus High School. I'd like to note that the district is in this situation because only one member of the board put forth meaningful effort to advocate for the passage of the override. Had more members worked to rally around this cause and truly seek support from their constituents to vote for the override, we would not be where we are. We would not be facing the loss of some truly incredible educators. My family attended the Cactus campus tour earlier this month, and it was nice to see a board member there. That level of compassion and care for what our families are facing is truly appreciated. The fact that no other board member attended was not surprising, though it was certainly disappointing. However, the lack of board attendance really underscored the fact that the heavy lifting, the actual work of creating something positive from this situation, is falling firmly onto the shoulders of the same people it always falls to, the teachers, admin, and staff. The team, or HANA, at Cactus went above and beyond and transformed what we thought was going to be a simple informational tour into an event. They made it easy for us parents to better envision what this is going to look like. They managed to assuage some of the kids' fears, and they even inspired their hopes for this big change. Even with these monumental efforts, I left the evening concerned about how this new junior high is going to be staffed. I understand that Cactus has a very small student population, but I also know that the staff there are already overloaded, especially in the arts department. If this transition is going to work, it must be staffed appropriately. The students deserve to have enough teachers to ensure they are still receiving the stellar education they are entitled to. I know the point of this change is to save money, but you must also be cognizant of the effect overworking teachers and staff has on the well-being of the students. While at the event, I was reminded of what, or rather who it is, that makes Peoria Unified so special, aside from the students, of course. These teachers, who too often are denigrated and used as pawns in political games, are true miracle workers. Having attended school in the district and being a proud Peoria Panther, I can personally attest to this fact. PUSD's excellence has been built upon our diverse population, community awareness, and tradition. Our district is fortunate to have numerous families whose dedication to public education is shown through generations of teachers, staff, and admin. The Montoyas at Altaloma, the Chagoyas at PHS, and the Preston Monascos at Peoria and Centennial are a very small example of the generational dedication that has helped PUSD to stand apart from other districts.
I apologize, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Rodriguez. I just had a couple of questions. I know mentioned earlier there was a meeting that took place, I believe, with a couple principals. Was that what I heard earlier? Dr. Hernandez, yeah? Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Two
Did
representatives
they?
from the Peoria Principal Association.
Okay, thank you. Did they get feedback from all of their principals? Is that what kind of the discussion was?
So there's been a lot of discussion since the initial implementation, and so in responding to the governing board's feedback, we asked them to look at what we had prepared to get their feedback in representing. Now, they were very transparent that they were not able to, go back and say to their association, here are the things, and by no means am I saying PPA supports but they were the most accessible on the opportunity to give us very clear feedback that was actionable. And you may have noticed the presentation attachment was up, it was down, it was up, it was down. And so we took their feedback and made those changes in live time to be responsive to what they are hearing from their members in the areas of concern. And as I said earlier, not perfect yet, but we're working toward that.
Okay, all right. I did write down classroom site funds. I know that was mentioned earlier. That was something that I was kind of, because we are moving a lot of different items to classroom site funds, so that I appreciate that question that was asked by the board and the community member. I have to, I guess, listening up here, I do kind of agree a little bit with, I think, Mrs. Proudfit, and I can't remember if Janelle said it as well, but the centralized registration, that's such a big transition to do at a time like this. And the front office, like I love how you totally just interpret it of they're there, they're aware of everything that's going on with families, children, relationship. It's also the fact of you get that personal relationship in person, and it's like every morning. And so I think that just making that transition of the model so quickly, I just don't know how that would perceive well with our families and the other staff. And I have reserves about that. And then obviously the assistant principals, I appreciate the presentation tonight, but it just wasn't a really good feedback from what was presented originally. And I don't want them to think at all of what was in their minds and what was in their process of it's a demotion. That's just what immediately is going to pop into their head. And so I just don't want that to be presented that way. And I don't want them to think that. So for me, it's just, I understand what you're saying though, Mr. Toby, like moving that in for our teachers. I think that's kind of what TOA is. My kind of just asking around in the past couple of years what an TOA is, so that you have that model for teachers to strive for and looking to branching up. That is kind of already there. But I think that this is a different scenario when we're talking about our assistant principals. And yeah, I know how important that those positions are. And I've, from the start, I've just been advocating for what doesn't affect at the school level, in the daily things that are going on at the school level with the kids. And so, because those kids love the front office people too. They love the assistant principals. And that's who I'm trying to keep my focus on. It doesn't mean that I'm grateful that you guys met with other staff members. It's just my mind goes to the students, like who is with them every single day. And so that's just where my mind goes, of least disruption to their environment and who they see every day. That's just where my mind goes. So I can see Dr. Hernandez is about to push the button, so I will let her. Go ahead, Dr. Hernandez.
Thank you, President Rooks. I think the last thing I would say is one of the things that terrifies me the most is a year from now. And if we aren't successful with an override and we're looking at 20 assistant principal positions and we miss the opportunity to sustain school leadership teams, we miss the opportunity to sustain incredible staff that are in those roles right now. And I don't say that to make the decision any easier, any harder, but that is an absolute fear for me, that if we don't take the opportunity now, and maybe we want to look at fewer than 10 and stay with 15 as the transition, idea is a possibility. But I want us to think about a year from now, glass empty, glass half full, right? So, thank you. Just need some water. Which way that could go for us, and can we alleviate some of that burden now, instead of rolling the dice for the unknown future and risking a significant more number of incredible leaders who have dedicated their careers to the children and families of our district, as a way to mitigate what we don't know what might be around the next bend. That's all I'd add.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, Mrs. Proudfit.
So I realized I asked a question and then in typical fashion didn't allow you to answer it. So what would stop us from creating that position out of classroom site fund to start testing and ironing out the kinks with that model, to kind of front load that program, since we really do have that option to do that this year? What would prevent us, or what would the drawback be for kind of rolling out that program-ish while we see what comes next year?
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, I would say nothing would stop us, right? But I would come back to my original point around where are we a year from now? And are we, who's going to fill those positions if we have 15 of them now? Are we taking from our classroom 15 positions, classroom teachers, other staff, assistant principals who are eyeing this as an opportunity to, if I'm an assistant principal now, I have the opportunity to move over laterally with my pay into a position. Now, we also have others who are looking to grow in their instructional leadership, and this is an opportunity to work under an incredible principal who's an instructional leader. Or we have those who are, this is their area of strength, and this is a position that they are interested in pursuing. So, all things are on the table, and being thoughtful about the funding source that we have that is sustainable, that has some depth to it right now, and is that the best use of funds? And there's definitely work to be done, hands needed at campuses that could go that way.
Well, one additional thought, if I may. It just occurred as you asked the question, answered the question, and President Rooks, I think, recognizing, and we all know leadership stability in this process is extremely important. So one thought, and I'm not suggesting that we try to go completely off script here, is if there are assistant principal roles that may be vacated over the course of this spring, which we can anticipate there's always that movement. We have a lot of principal and assistant principal roles that may be open. So one possible strategy could be to, instead of filling any opening with a new assistant principal, do you use the DOI position as part of that backfill so that we still retain the position? And I know we're talking about that a little bit in terms of what specific sites and whatnot. We can certainly bring that forward for consideration. What we did not do for this meeting is present the full-blown position as a new job description, although we have that. So the board can approve that, and you can look at future openings in an effort to fill potentially those vacancies with a role such as that one, if that makes sense.
I think for me, that solution sounds a lot more manageable in just giving enough runway for, this is a massive realignment in the district along with a lot of other massive realignments. And the very last thing I want to do is give any ambiguity to these employees who, I'm sure there are going to be some who want it. And there's, the feedback I've gotten over the last couple weeks has been overwhelming, and just a lot of confusion around this, and I just want to ensure that we're being extremely thoughtful of this. So I appreciate that suggestion. That definitely sounds a lot more palatable to me in a slower transition and rollout, particularly with all that we have going on this year.
So just to be clear, if the option were to be to, for lack of a better term, slow roll that implementation, then what we would identify is still getting the role propped up, the funding source being what we are proposing it to be, with the understanding that potential savings wouldn't necessarily total what you're seeing as part of the current proposal package, but that could still yield some savings over the course of this spring into next year. So from that standpoint, just another way to say that is, I know Proposal 5 has that line item removed. So I think what we're establishing is not relying on that line item, at least in the current framework of Proposal 5, but still being open to wrapping that into a potential budget savings over the course of how we plan for next fiscal year.
I don't feel comfortable forcing any employee or any site, forcing them into this currently. Now, that might be something a year from now or 2 years from now. If we have a different reality, we can revisit. But I think I think it puts the responsibility back on us to sell the success of this position rather than forcing it on sites who we just haven't given enough runway for this. That's my thought.
I would have to agree a little bit with Ms. Proudfit. Like it just seems like it was really more of a push than this was brought here tonight, but that's not what was at first proposed. And so it's kind of just like, I don't want it to be conveying the message that, no, actually we're making it this, even though what was already presented previously was not the same of what we're seeing tonight. And that's where even just the last meeting last week, it was confusing for me for listening to the salary schedule was not even developed yet, and that there was a chance that the pay would not be lateral. Like the messaging of it did not sit well. Like, I don't want that type of message to go to our assistant principals. And so that's where I'm just very cautious on Proposal 4. I don't want that message to be sent to our assistant principals. Yes, Mrs. Ewing.
So I agree that the assistant principals, that there's been and I was saying this word to you as you were speaking, but there's been a lot of disruption that this has created with it. However, it gives me high anxiety listening to what Dr. Hernandez says, that a year from now, we don't have this opportunity, and then we risk losing a lot of staff. I do like the idea that Dr. Summers presented of that as we have assistant principal positions that are not, we lose them, they're vacant, that then bringing in that opportunity for that Deputy of Instruction, the DOI position, so that then you're not forcing anybody into a role. It's actually a role that's posted, and then they're applying and they're going straight into that role, whether it's a shift in our campuses or for individuals, or just hiring folks from outside. So that there's not that where our leadership doesn't feel forced to go into this new structure, that it's more a phased-in approach, and then it would still offer savings, but just not at the beginning of the school year. So I do like that, but I don't know, I don't believe if that's something that we want to do I don't think that that's part of the actual vote this evening, correct?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, yeah, let me just say it one more way. I think you're describing it well. If you're not if the board's will is not to approve that, don't approve that as an item tonight, and just know that we can still contemplate a gradual introduction of what we don't like to use the word pilot all the time. No offense to the people that fly the planes. That was a really bad joke. I know it's 10 after 9. You're just not voting on that item if that's what we're hearing you say. So just be clear about that not being part of the plan, but still being a possibility to introduce that role over time. And the only other thing I would just add is we definitely hear that feedback. We also are very sensitive to what we're hearing from our school leaders. This was never intended to be a plan that tried to devalue the role. As a matter of fact, the most important thing for us was trying to preserve this as much as possible as we're contending with a massive structural deficit. So thank you for letting us know. We have heard it as well. I'm going to go on record, and I've owned this before. I will own it again. I apologize to not just our assistant principals, any employee that is feeling like they are being put under the microscope on this one. I think we are sensitive to that, and we're trying to do this in a manner that it's just, for lack of another better term, it's messy. It is not a clean way of doing it, and so I appreciate that we can have an open conversation about it, receive the feedback, know that this is where we're trending with the decision, and thank you for the board being able to articulate those things as well.
And then I'm also going to add that there hasn't been a rollout of anything. There's been information sharing as it has been developed. So since the beginning of this work, it's been preparing the information, it's been providing you information for you to respond to, and at no time do we want to, which is why we met with all of our employees who are on that possible list, to say, you might hear tonight. And so when we met with administrators, if Talia and I had prepared a job description, a pay scale, all the things, and said, this is what we're going to do, and then I brought that to you, and you said, actually, no. I would be undoing all of that. So we've been trying to be very careful to meter the work that we're doing so that we stay in pace appropriately. And so I also will apologize to administrators who, the day I stood in front of all of them and said, as of now, there are 10 assistant principal positions that are for governing board consideration to possibly eliminate. If that goes forward, here is the plan to support continuity in school leadership. Here is a way forward with a stable funding source. and understanding where individuals are in their processing and their journey of this work that we're doing together. Whether they continued listening after that and whether I had the right words in the right order on the right day, I understand that. It's clean, it isn't, it is messy, it is hard. But our intention is certainly not to ever get a step ahead of the governing board. These are your decisions, and we want to provide you with the information that we have at the time we have it. So wanted to present to our administrators, this is what you will hear. Take your feedback, listen to what, make some changes to it, present it to you, take your feedback, present it to them, get in those cycles of bringing forward our best work, and tonight we're getting to our best work. And so the intention was never to roll anything out, because that would be an injustice to the board and the decisions that you're tasked to make. And so I just wanted to be clear on that was an intention, that wasn't language that we wanted to use, as well as the full intention is to honor our incredible leaders and to preserve the continuity of support at our schools, particularly in that leadership space, to ensure that we can continue with the progress that we're seeing. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Dr. Summers and Dr. Hernandez. I was just going to try to answer to Mrs. Ewing, but I somewhat lost my thought because it's late and you guys kept talking. So I guess it's with that regards to it not being on there, and that if there's something that looks down the line, I just would want it to be able to be brought to the board, because what I don't want is that we're up here trying to figure out this decision, and then if that does start to happen, right, then I don't want it to be like, oh, well, this is what has already been discussed. Like, I want it case by case brought to the board, because it's such a, like Mrs. Proudfoot said, it's such a drastic change to make, and I just want to be able to have that opportunity to discuss and figure it out, because, and honestly, I do hope no assistant principals leave. So I'll make that. But my other question would be to that then, our district carry forward, the M&O carry forward, with what you were talking about, Dr. Hernandez, of that concern that you have for a year from now. Would that carry forward at all help us with that, or no?
President Rooks. So yes, it will.
Okay.
So as you can see on these proposals, and you've all seen, and we will, when I bring the budget to you in May, we'll have a better idea of what our end of the year expenses are going to look like and what our carry forward might be going into next year. Anywhere where we can do vacancy savings, and we've done some of that this year. If we are talking about filling an assistant principal position with a position that's not funded out of M&O, then that will build up our M&O balance and our carry forward, because that will be, in a sense, a vacancy that's been created in M&O. So the transition into no assistant principals are forced or asked to be put in a position they're not comfortable with. But to answer your question about will it be brought to the board, as far as if we move forward recommending DOI, or DOI, sorry, it's late. A DOI, a Dean of Instruction position brought in front of the board, there will need to be a job description that's brought in front of the board that needs to be approved. There will be a salary schedule that needs to be approved. There's some foundational things that need to happen before we can hire anybody in that position, correct? So the board will be involved every step of the way.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. But I'm not sure, I think, Dr. Hernandez, the part where you talked about your concern of moving forward, if something were to happen next year, would any of our carry forward be able to help support, I think you said 20, was that right? 20 assistant principals versus 10, was that?
So if we don't eliminate any positions and transition to preserving, and we don't pass an override, or we decide, because you'll have to at some point say what's going to be in that override if we go again, will you put assistant principals in there to be funded by that source again, or will we try to find something else M&O related to cover that cost and fund them an override for something else? Or if we do put them in and it doesn't pass, and we've cut as much as, we've cut this year to preserve that, a year from now, are we looking at 20 positions instead of 10, because there's no more M&O to find, and we'll have lost quite a bit more at that time. So
And
that's
carry
my
forward,
concern.
right? The carry forward, depending on how much we have carry forward for next year is what I was.
And Ms.
But aren't we
President,
talking about switching the funding to classroom site fund? So that's where I'm confused. Like, I totally get what you're saying, but, so say we don't approve this tonight in removing the APs and the override doesn't pass. The classroom site fund is what it's going to be paid out of, which presumably if we're not building a huge program or if we are front loading like they're two totally separate funds. So preserving as much carry forward as possible, being that the funding source is for this proposed program is classroom site fund, like I'm not seeing the causal relationship between the two. Do you get what I'm?
Yes, thank you. Member Brooks, so let me, Clerk Prophet, let me see if I can formulate this. So if we are funding the Dean of Instruction out of classroom site fund, that will build up and give us the ability to build more in our M&O reserve. If we choose to continue with assistant principals that are funded out of M&O and we don't have an alternative funding source out of M&O, you will continue to be taking down the carryover in M&O because we don't have that funding source anymore. There's some significant adjustments that are made temporarily to get us through this fall. Kindergarten, there's $6 million in that. Looking at classroom site fund for some of these things. We're looking at some deep cuts. We're looking at, all the things that we have on this proposal will affect how things are cut if the M&O is not approved. If the M&O
So
overrides
essentially
that
what you're
budget.
saying is, if we save the AP position as it exists, we just need to be very careful that our carry forward is we're using as little as possible out of carry forward.
That is one, yes.
Okay.
Clerk Power, that is one way to look at it, to protect that M&O carry forward. And knowing that then a difficult decision will have to be made. Next year, we're projecting another, decline in enrollment. If we don't right the ship and right-size this organization by, continuing to have the conversations about moving forward with closing some additional schools. We've talked about phase 2. So there are some things that we can be proactive about for moving us into the future for 2028, 29, 30, 10 years from now, and setting this district on the right course. So there's lots to think about. There's lots of moving parts, and just having this conversation is very healthy for us as an organization, and it's bringing all of these things to light. And there's not going to be one perfect solution to all of this. This is messy. Mm-hmm. All we can do is the best with the data we have in front of us right now.
If I may?
Yes.
I motion that we accept proposal 5 with the stipulation that the first furlough day is election day with the other 2 furlough days being pushed until after a potential override election. That's it.
I will second. Azure, were you able to capture that motion? Or do
If
need
you will allow me a moment to get that typed in.
Yes,
for-
absolutely.
For a vote, thank you.
Thank you.
President Rooks, a question.
Yes, and I was going to go to Miss Airy because I saw her over there as well. So I wasn't sure if she's having a heart attack over there. But Mr. Toby, did you have a question? And then Miss Airy, I'll come to you.
So could you provide clarification on what the expectation is of staff on a furlough day, as far as, is it a no show, no pay, or is it a show up and you don't get paid type of situation?
Thank you, President Rooks. Member Toby, our intent is no show, no pay.
So my question would be on November 3rd, when the entire district has a furlough day, how are we going to keep the doors open unless we just tell everybody that they're mandated to stay at home?
I would envision that we would revise the calendar and add that as a day off.
I also have a quick question on that then. With regards to, and I'll come to you, Ms. Airy, sorry. If we do that, does the district office still part of election drop-off for ballots? Or no?
President Rooks, members of the board, we work with Maricopa County Elections to determine if any of our sites are going to be polling locations, and should they ask us to select a location or multiple locations to serve as polling locations, then we would have to operate those facilities. So we would need at least some staff to be able to have our doors open and to support that work. I will tell you, we have not served as polling locations. We did not. Well, the district office, let me revise that comment, was the only location. We did not use any of our school sites for the last election. I'll also share that it varies by every election on the number of facilities they need, so it might be a bit too early to tell if any of our sites would serve as locations for the upcoming election.
President Rooks, if I may, point of order.
Yes.
We didn't vote on that.
I'm sorry, what?
We did not vote. You second?
Yes.
Ms. Proudfit's motion, and we did not vote.
No, we have not voted, no. We're having a discussion on the motion that she made about the election day.
So President Rooks, the other thing that I think we just were looking at each other to make sure that we could clarify for the board is, while we definitely understand the thinking behind the placement of furlough days, something that we want to make sure that we're, again, just being clear about is the funding source, if an override is approved, is not available to us until the following fiscal year. So I see you nodding on that. That being said, the other, and I'm going to look at Talia real quick as well, when we establish 3 furlough days for employees going into an upcoming fiscal year, my understanding is that the way that we operationalize that is essentially we are identifying 3 days of less pay. So the way that we factor that into, and this is a lot of like payroll science behind it, is we're not in a position where we can say we'll only take those 3 days in the event that an override doesn't pass. Like, I don't know that we can contemplate it exactly that way as of a vote as early as right now. So my point there is it might be worth, I understand the desire to say here is when we would like those furlough days. If you wanted to direct us to come to you with that additional information so that the board can make that determination at a future date, still prior to next fiscal year, that would allow us the ability to clarify those points, modify what we would need to do with the calendar, just to roll that out a little bit more sequentially, so that there is the clarity that I think you're striving for. And Talia, I'm just looking for that clarification from you, because when we establish work day calendars for next year, the level set on pay happens at the beginning of the year, not at the point that goes later in the year. And I hope I'm making sense.
You are. I just want to ensure, I want to ensure our staff, and again, my intention with the furlough days is that I'm more comfortable taking it out of carry forward. I understand that should we have an override, should it pass, we're not going to have that funding until the following year. However, with Proposal 5, even if we were to add those furlough days back in and only add 1 furlough day, it still would put us at the same using of the same carry forward as Proposal 1. I'm just not comfortable dipping into carry forward that deeply unless we have assurance that we do have an M&O. So I guess at that point I would just want district to come forward to, I guess, to approve. We would have to then approve use of carry forward funds to fund those.
Well,
to fund the cancellation.
So I
of the
think
2 furlough days.
that's where we have to really make sure we have clarity, is if you're directing through Proposal 5 that 3 furlough days are being identified as part of next year's calendar, that will be 3 less days for all employees in the organization. That will be factored into the level set on pay from the very beginning of that fiscal year. So paychecks will be less right as of July 1. Like, we're not in a position where we can delay the loss of pay until after an override election is successful or not. So that's what I'm trying to be very clear about that.
So I would like to make an amendment to the motion of motion to approve of proposal 5 with the stipulation of directing the administration to bring back what it would look like with the 3 furlough days. Does that work?
As I'm hearing, I don't want to get in the way of your motion, ma'am. So that they would give us the opportunity to specify exactly the implementation sequence that I think the board would need to know. So essentially, you're approving proposal 5 with the ability for us to specify exactly how those furlough days will work.
Correct.
Point of inquiry real fast.
Yes.
So if we're having 3 furlough days that are going to be on scheduled school days, how are we meeting your statutory requirements for school hours?
That would be, thank you for that question, Mr. Toby. That would be one of those variables that we would want to provide some additional clarification on. It wouldn't, just as a small side note, would not necessitate that each of those days are located on a student contact day. That being said, we would have to obviously work collaboratively to identify the most optimal days. And so you're giving us some direction there because we do have to meet a certain minimum required amount of instructional days, as you just said, and we need to look at the calendar in a more comprehensive way. Ms. Vicentine, anything else you would add to that?
So I have a point of clarification. President Rooks, members of the board, I was contacted by a certain payroll manager who was watching, and she let me know that when we had furlough days in the past, we actually docked that day in that payroll period. So, okay, sorry. Ooh, hot mic. How's that? Okay. Ooh. Or is it me? A little extra cold medicine will do for you. So based on the feedback from our payroll manager in the past, we would, that particular payroll period, that pay is reduced. So if you usually would have it's not across and it doesn't get averaged out because it was meant to impact that specific day, sorry. Yes.
Okay. So I had made an amendment motion. So it just that a motion needs a second on the floor.
I will second.
Okay.
Do
you have, question? Yes.
Procedural question.
Yes.
So since that first amendment was, or not amendment, excuse me, the first motion was made and seconded, and then you offered
an
amendment. Is it just a complete change? I just wasn't sure that was the right. Procedurally, just making sure we're following the right.
Yep. Yeah. And I see him nodding his head. So I was like, I'm pretty sure make an amendment motion, and then that motion is amended. It needs a second, and then you can further that discussion if anybody has questions to that. So that's when I was like, okay, are we good? We're good. Okay.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted procedurally and wanted to make sure we were following.
Okay. Yes. I just want to check with Azure. Are you okay over here? Okay.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
President Rooks. Azure, can you read the proposed
amended motion? Yes.
Both the proposed and the amendment, please.
Give me about 30 seconds and I'd be happy to oblige.
Yes.
President Rooks, members of the board and cabinet, move to approve a proposal number 5 with the stipulation that the first furlough date to be held on Election Day, with the 2 additional furlough dates being designated for dates post-Election Day. Administration would provide further clarification on how a furlough day impacts staff.
Can you add in there that that was amended language added on? So that we made the amendment to have that information from the administration. So we're not choosing the days yet. We just want the information first.
Yes, allow me a moment, President
Okay.
Rooks.
President Rooks, point of clarification.
Yes.
I thought originally we decided, some of us had decided, that we were going to pull off the AP from that proposal. That we're not.
Yeah, the APs are not a part of the proposal number 5. I believe what was discussed, what you're referencing is Dr. Summers and his team would follow through the rest of the year. If any assistant principals do resign for the upcoming school year, they will look at that direction of a dean of administration. Is that correct, Dr. Summers? Dean of instruction, sorry. Okay. Does that help?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
I was trying to walk it slowly, so I got it correct. Okay.
President Rooks, members of the board. Move to approve proposal number 5 with the stipulation that the first furlough date be held on election day, with the 2 additional furlough dates being designated for dates post-election day. As an amendment to the motion, administration would provide further clarification on how a furlough day impacts staff.
I don't think that's going to help us there. Yes.
Do you just, how about I just withdraw my original motion and we re-motion it? Would that just be easier?
I withdraw my amendment to my motion.
I will we're starting all over because this is getting very confusing. Okay, so I'm withdrawing my motion, and now I'm just motioning that we approve Proposal 5 and instruct administration on the implementation of the furlough days.
I will second. That's a win. Okay.
Asher, you're the best.
Yes, you are. Thank you, Asher. And if you could run us through a voice vote whenever you're ready.
Just to clarify, was that motion made by Clerk
Yes.
Proudfit and a second by President Rooks?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I think we're ready to go.
Okay. Can you read the motion back to us before? Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve proposal number 5 and instruct administration on furlough dates.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Implementation of the furlough dates.
Hey, you really made it complicated there. Sorry.
Are we ready for a voice vote?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us through that process. So moving on now to 6, adjournment, 6.1 adjournment. I just need a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
I will second. So motion made by Mrs. Bowles, seconded by myself, Azure, and if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Meeting is adjourned at 9:36 p.m.